Are we on? I'm gonna start drawing in a second. I just want to check if we're on. Oh yeah, something's going on. I see something. Alright then, I'll start drawing. Or I'll continue drawing. I've got plenty of drawings here already. To get into it, I'm just gonna... Alright then, yeah, that's my stream. There it is. Hey guys, wow, we got some people already, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna start with an in-between just to get me into it. Trying to keep things simple with this, and yeah, like taking it back to basics. You know, I've been doing a lot of work with like advanced, you could say, advanced rendering. You know, a lot of compositing heavy stuff, trying to get it to look realistic. And with this, I'm just like, no, this is gonna be just drawings, and it's for an upcoming video. Like I had this topic idea, and you're gonna see this in a video, and it's probably gonna come out like later on down the line, like maybe 6 weeks from now, or maybe less, who knows. But I had this idea to like go onto Reddit, because I've been on, I like browse on Reddit sometimes, and I like seeing the videos that are shared there. And when I do, I save them. I save the like good videos, especially ones where there's some good movements in there. And yeah, it's kind of a form of procrastination, you know. We all have those places we go to when we procrastinate. But I figured I could turn it into something productive by trying to animate something, like some of the stuff that I've seen on the internet. Just cool videos that I think are like spark some imagination in me. So this was inspired by a video that I saw on Reddit. Let me pull it up for you so you can see. And this is all going to be in the YouTube video, but for now I'll just show you the video. I was kind of inspired by this. It's just a guy like throwing this drone off of his roof, but they're like glowing phoenix birds. And it just, I was able to kind of create a story around that. And so it started out like, oh, maybe I can just animate him throwing, but make it more dynamic. And then it grew, you know, a little bit of scope creep in there. Is this camera too close to my face? Let me just move it back. I don't want to be up in your grill. You can't hear a thing. Dang. Okay. How's that? Who can hear? Who can't hear? Oh. What? Okay, one person can hear, that means it's not me, right? Sorry, dude. if someone can hear, then it's probably not my broadcast. That's the problem. Okay, okay. More people are saying they can hear. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm doing like, I just finished recently, as you probably know. I just finished a project that was like, I pushed myself quite hard with it. I was quite ambitious, and that's good. No regrets there. I'm glad I did it. I like doing that. But here I'm thinking, why does it have to be everything at once? Why does it have to test me? Why do I have to choose a project that tests me on everything all at once? That's like quite a big thing to ask of myself. So instead, I'm just choosing little things, like little challenges, to incrementally improve my abilities and my depth of experience and whatnot. So, this one time I tried to draw like kids characters, like more like rounded features, more appealing, less adult like, and I found it really hard. Like, it's actually, I want to give big credit to storybook illustrators for kids, because like it's really hard drawing that kind of cute style, like appealing kids. At least for me, I found it hard. Maybe it's just because I'm not used to it. But that's one of the challenges I set myself. And the first drawing I made was so bad. And then I got into it a little bit more, and I started figuring out like how to draw these rounded features, like on the face, realizing that if you put the mouth closer vertically to the eyes, it kind of squishes the face. I still don't have it so that it happens instinctively, but at least I can recognize it and be like, okay, instead of having the chin, the face, like the mouth down here, that matures the character's features, right? But if you put the face, the mouth closer up to the eyes, kind of squishes it and makes the face look younger. So that's my little thing that I'm working on to improve, is like being able to draw younger characters. And yeah, this character is supposed to be like, it's an interesting challenge as well, because this character is like, it's meant to be like a tragic character where they're young in years, but their situation has kind of forced them into a role where they have to be responsible and caring. So there's like a little bit of, there's definitely a sadness in the face, but it's like, yeah, it's a tragic character. And the character is like, I gotta get better at using my words. It's difficult when I'm drawing as well. I think one of the saddest things in a tragic character is a character who shouldn't, like a young character who shouldn't have to be able to survive on their own, but they've had to learn to survive. I think that's very sad, So it's a bit of a sad story, but there's also some light in there, some, maybe even a bit of humor, I hope. But it's a really short story. I showed you the clip. It's just going off of that Reddit post. That's kind of half the fun, is that how far can I take this from just a little clip that sparked some inspiration? What kind of story can I extract from that using my imagination to create a context around just a clip that I've seen that doesn't have context? You know, it's kind of like fill in the gaps. I'm learning a lot from doing it. And it's nice because this whole project has taken place within a single week, which for me is always refreshing to have these short turnaround projects. It's what I look for in a project. But yeah, I'm looking forward to editing this video and making it into like a really good YouTube video. I've got the vision for it, you know, I've got an idea of how I want it to go, and I think it's going to be really exciting. So I don't want to give too much away here, but you will see a little bit more of this project in a moment. What software are you using? I'm using TV Paint. Oh, someone already answered that. Someone also said, can I make anime style animation on my iPad? Yeah, dude, of course you can. I mean, the iPad, I mean, you might come up against some limitations, but I've been using an iPad recently for some background work. So not animation, not frame by frame animation, but I was pretty impressed. It's quite nice. For some of the textured brushes and things that it just came as like presets on Procreate. It was very nice. It was very, very nice. And I liked the control I had over the brushes and stuff. And what more do you need, you know? People were, you know, before any of us were born, people were animating some of the most amazing works that still holds up today on paper, you know? Pencils, pens, paintbrushes, paper, you know? Pinocchio and Bambi, those are masterpieces of animation, and they didn't have any software. So, no excuses, guys. How much does a stack of paper cost you? You can probably get your hands on a stack of paper. iPad, that's more than what you need. Yeah, when I think about limitations, I'm usually not thinking about hardware or software limitations. I know that's easy for me to say. I've got TV Paint. I'm armed with this amazing software. But really, I mean, if I didn't have it for some reason, I would be able to make animations. It would be harder, but you would come across the same limitations that I'm facing now, which is like, you've only got 24 hours in a day. All right, so what are you going to spend that time doing? It's not a lot of time in a day. Some of that time you got to eat, you got to take care of your family and your friends and stuff. So, you know, you can't use all of that time in the day to animate. And then limitations like your research, your ability level, you know, the complexity of your idea and how much time it's going to take to pull off. Those are the limitations I'm thinking about, and software doesn't solve those, not entirely at least. I imagine this is getting a bit boring seeing me just do this in between. So I'll change it up in a second. I just needed to finish this in between. kind of had to fudge it a bit with this. I'll show you how I had to fudge it, and you'll laugh at me, but I'm hoping it will kind of slip under the radar for a lot of people. This is what happens when you're doing like a full narrative animation within the time frame of a week. You have to just, you know, you don't want to be striking too many intermediate poses where, you know, you just for the sake of technicality, you're like, well, first you would enter this pose and then this pose. And it's like, is there a way we can just skip from one pose to the other important pose and just, you know, can we fast forward this whole thing so that I'm not taking an unnecessary amount of time and effort to get across an idea? So basically, I want to go from this to this, right? Oh, no, to this. Okay, so this is a pose, and this is a pose, right? So you're probably seeing the problem here. You're probably working it out in your own head. Like, how do you get from this to this in like a very short, you know, in a very easy way? So, all right, check this out. I hope this isn't too bad, like the way I fudged this. So this character turns, swivels one way, and the other character kind of swivels the other way. But it's only because, and then I added a little wing flap, right? So hopefully if I play that just at a normal speed, I'm scrubbing right now because all of this is untimed, it's just the key poses, keyframes. But hopefully that does it, you know, like that, they'll see it and they'll be like, yeah, I get the idea, you know? I'm not the only one who does this. Like, if you look for these kind of things, you will find them in, like, even in like very professional, like very high level animations. Sometimes they're like, can we get away with that? Yeah. The head shrinks. I'm aware of the head shrinking. I guess I'll fix it a little bit. It's very much the 80-20 principle at play, you know. The first draft will get you, almost there, but then things like the relative scales and stuff, that stuff takes a lot of tweaking, but it doesn't really improve it that much. So if you just make a conscious choice to like not fiddle too much and just accept that these poses aren't perfect, but people aren't gonna notice half of this stuff that I'm fiddling over, and then you can just move on from it and get the important stuff done. That's really where I can improve, you know, letting go of perfectionism. Be like, okay, I see that. I have the urge to correct all day, all night, but I'm not going to, because I'm the only one who cares. Okay. Anyway, I'll show you the cool stuff now. So they're on a rooftop, and those are the stars overhead. I have the other background, but it's hidden. And then the stars are gonna like start streaking, and then I'm gonna enter into a short loop like this, which is like the fast-paced run, but it's only 3 frames. And then there'll be a little turn, and I haven't drawn them fully here, but hopefully you can see that, just like the Reddit video. That's what inspired this. So this is what inspired that movement. It's the just but he just does a little hop. But I really like how his arms swing back. You see that? That's a really nice natural overhead throw there with a crouch and a walk away. But for my one, obviously I want to turn that up to 11. 11 out of 10. Oh, thank you, little Zeno. Thank you. That's great that you stuck around for so long. I really appreciate that. It's so nice that I can come back, and yeah, a lot of people have gone by this point, and that's fine. You know, I've come to accept that if I go away for a long time, I'm gonna need to prove myself again, you know. But it's so nice that there are some people who are just like, the day after I post something, or on the day that I post something after like months, they're like, oh, hey Howard, good to see you back. I've been waiting. I was actually just thinking about when you're gonna drop another video. You know, that's really nice. I'm very lucky. Okay. Not too much fiddling. So I am gonna be finessing some of these drawings because, like, this one, I drew this one last night as the last thing before I went to sleep, and I was just like, wow, it's gonna go something like this, and you can see that I just very quickly roughed it out as an idea, but I'm not sure if it works to pick the legs up there. I think I did it too much to tuck the legs in at that point. I'm not sure about. So the finessing begins. And you can see I'm used to drawing adults, so when I'm thinking about a lot of technical stuff that I need to do, when it becomes demanding, I fall back on my basic instincts, and my basic instincts are to draw an adult-like frame. You can see that here, like the proportions start becoming elongated, and I mean, that's fine if you're intentionally doing it for squash and stretch purposes, but if you're just, as your default, you're going back to your default of an adult, yeah, I got to fix that. So, and also this is one of those zero preparation animations. It's very much on the fly, very much improvised. So I haven't had a great amount of time to prepare, and yeah, I've also found the character's design has changed over the course of making this film, this little animation, over the course of this week. I've been working on it, but I also animated it chronologically, right? So it starts at the beginning, like I started animating at the first scene and I followed it through to the end scene, and so the character design changes, but that actually works with a lot of different narratives, which, because it's chronological, you can imagine that the character actually changes how they look over the course of the animation. So it kind of works, you know, it kind of doesn't break the spell of the film as long as you're animating it chronologically. So again, I don't really mind that, and it means that I can work on these animations very quickly without doing a very rigorous research process, or pre-production, I should say. I do my research, but pre-production. And I can still get to a result which can keep, hopefully, can keep someone immersed in the story. Okay. I'm wondering. Okay. No. I gotta fix this background. The corner would be, I worked it out in my head. The corner would be on this side. Yeah. Camera's swinging around like this. And here's the corner. This is something I talk about a little bit in Mastering Motion. It's my advanced animation course. There's a chapter called 3D camera movement, or hand-drawn camera movement. So you can see here I'm hand drawing the camera movement frame by frame, and this is something that I teach in the course. Will I be uploading the live videos? Yeah, I mean, I think this video will just stay online, if I understand it correctly. I think that's how it works. Like, if I don't do anything, and I just end this stream later, am I right in thinking that it will just stay up as a YouTube video? I think it will. Will you be hosting any new short film contests? I quite enjoyed watching the ones when they did happen. You know, if I did make a contest or set up another contest, I would I'd be careful about when I announce it, because I wouldn't want certain people that would see an announcement to get a head start on everyone else. Because of the very open nature of how we do it, we don't do it with a theme typically. It just means that people can get like an unfair head start. So if I were to do it again. I would just be careful about when I announced it, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I've got plans to make YouTube videos. I might bring back the tournament. The contest. It's not a tournament. Wait. So a contest is different from a tournament. Am I right? Like a tournament is where there's like two people go head to head. One of them gets knocked out. The other one goes on to another where they go head to head. One of them gets knocked out. The other one goes on again until they go up to like just a one-on-one, right? That's a tournament. Am I right in thinking that? And a contest is more like everyone has their go, shoots their shot, and then they're all ranked. You know, it's got a different structure to it. So I probably shouldn't call it a tournament. And it's more of a contest. Like a talent contest, right? That's what you call it. You don't call it a talent tournament. I should look it up if that is the correct definition. I'm in Sith Lord mode. This is actually my everyday attire for animating. I wear the hoodie like a uniform. Apparently Einstein did the same thing. He said he bought the same suit every day, and I think it was Einstein, because he wanted to save his decision making for things that were important, and clothes wasn't an important decision. I don't know if the leg should go slack there, actually. I think I'm just gonna... I'm sorry about the music. I think I'm gonna put it to something more my style, actually. I've been using Epidemic Sound, but I don't know. I don't like stock music if I can help it. Or if I do, I mean, I use a lot of stock music, but I like to really sift through the stock music websites to find the bangers, because if you just go to any generic track, it just doesn't feel, it doesn't sound good to my ears. It sounds very corporate. Yeah, so the Animator Guild, right, the Animator Guild challenges are happening every month on Discord. And the challenges really are like mini contests. They have a theme each month. The theme changes. It's run by our amazing volunteer helper, Cladeven. Who's very good. I think he's taking this month off because he's just got a lot. He's got a lot on his plate this month, but he does a fantastic job at running the monthly challenges. I do not do a fantastic job at compiling them into videos, which I used to do. As you know, I used to run it on the second channel, but it's just too much work. You know, I can barely keep up with posting to one channel. 2 channels is just too much for me. I have little bursts every now and then where I create a batch of contest roundups, and they get seen. Like some of those on the second channel get seen by like over 10,000. You know, they get like over 10k views. Some of them have like 60k views and stuff. So they are good, but it's just me, you know. People have said they would volunteer to edit some, and we have done that in the past. Like I have worked with editors in the past, but you know, I'm a little bit hands-on with it to where I have strong opinions of how the well, first of all, I have strong opinions on who should come out first, second and third, because I'm very opinionated on the animations. I'm opinionated on, you know, I can kind of sense when someone's just doing something that they think is going to be popular because of the subject matter. Like if it's anime or something, but they're not really into anime, but they just think that's what's going to get them popularity, versus someone who's really passionate about what it is they're animating. And I'm also just opinionated on the editing style, you know, editing it in a way where it's not too flashy and it showcases the entries in the best light possible, in a way that honors them, which is hard to get right, you know. It's something that just needs quite a lot of care. And so I feel conflicted about handing that off to someone, to an editor. That, and also it just doesn't make any money. So, you know, if I'm paying an editor, which I used to do, I used to pay an editor like every month. It's just like, it's not a very sustainable business practice, you know, to keep doing that. Of course, I don't see it like a business, but if you're paying an editor money to do it, then you do have to consider it as part of the business. You know, if it's a business expense, then it is part of the business, and it doesn't make any money. And we don't ask for anything from contestants. You know, it's free for anyone. So we could do a crowdfunder or something as a possibility. I don't know. There's a lot of people asking me to bring it back, but there's few people who are volunteering, you know, or who are saying, yeah, I'll back it on a Kickstarter or something. And realistically, that's what we would need. Or we'd need its own Patreon. I mean, I've done Patreon once. I've got a Patreon for sorry, this part's tricky in the animation. Yeah, I've got a Patreon for my channel, but that's for these YouTube videos that I do, that I put out for free. Could do another one. So I've learned that these phoenixes have a lot of long tail feathers. And that's going to be very difficult to color later. I plan on doing a dual color scheme, so this character's in blue and the phoenix is golden, but right now everything's on the same layer, so everything's just its own color. But I am gonna have it so that like the phoenix is this color, and then there's gonna be a glow. There's gonna be a glow around the phoenix. I should show examples, but yeah. And then he or she, I don't know. It's not a. I haven't given this character a gender, but they will kind of be illuminated at times by the phoenix, which I think is. I'm still wondering about whether to give this character a base tone of blue and then have the glow layered on top of that. Okay. I think it needs. Okay, let's see. Okay. I think here the tail feathers would be up a little bit higher. This is a day of finessing. I've got some stuff put down, but it's things like this where I just play it through and look at it critically and try and improve it. If anyone knows what this lag is, you can probably see it every now and then. My cursor just stops. Maybe every 30 seconds you'll be able to see it. I kind of feel like I shouldn't draw your attention to it even because it could spoil your experience, but it's certainly spoiling my experience. You see, there, I tried to draw and I couldn't. And it's whenever I turn on OBS, and I thought today, I just thought, well, I've got to just power through, you know. I've been Googling the answer, I've been trying to find it. Right now it's happening very frequently and it's really annoying me because it means like 1 in 10 of my lines just there. That line just didn't get drawn. 1 in 10 lines just don't get drawn, and it's really frustrating to see my cursor just lag randomly. There, it's happening a lot now. I might have to cancel the stream early. I mean, I might have to stop the stream early because of it, unless someone knows exactly what to do. And why it's doing it. It's alright. I mean, I've been dealing with it for this whole week, and at times I do get used to it, and at times it does feel like it subsides and it stops lagging. But it's, I gotta figure out, like, it might be one of those things that just disappears by itself. I don't know. It's very annoying when it does happen though. Now, in the reference footage, the guy throwing it just lands it nicely and then walks off. But for me, I want this to be such an almighty throw that they fall over. So I'm gonna purposefully land this character off balance. So I need to put them off kilter a little bit. Be nice if I could draw a straight line. Nope, can't. Okay. I think it should be coming at us more. Oh, it's messing me up so badly. When I'm trying to draw a ring around something and it just cuts me off. Ay, ay, ay. Dios mío. Gotta stay positive. I'm on stream. Can't be angry on stream. Where does my wife work? My wife works next door. We're both animators. There, he definitely needs a stretch before hitting the floor. So let's put one in. How bad is it to work on a tablet with no screen? It's fine, you get used to it really quick. I made films on Surface tablets. Tablets without screen. I made a film called Goliath. It's like 3.5 minutes long. It's a steampunk epic, or it tries to be at least. And yeah, I used a Wacom bamboo for that. On a on a laptop that cost me about 250 quid. And yeah, got it done. You get used to it. Don't know how I feel about that pose. I think this upper body should be on this frame. Should it? Or this upper body should be on this frame. It's a tricky one. Let's have a look at the reference again. Doesn't give me much, does it? What about this one? It's it's way less dynamic in real life. Oh, it's way more subtle is what I should say. Yeah, he's barely needing to put any thrust into it in real life, so I don't know. I'm on my own with this. I think here I should start to move those legs apart. Momentum looks right. Okay, that's good to know. just want to get it like, you know, so it feels like, yeah. You feel the energy. What is going on with the... Yeah, this should be like higher up. This one as well. I often do this. I need to shift them about a bit. Actually, I think... I'm gonna move this one up. Same with this one. Move it. Yeah. Actually, you can see the wings raise a little bit here, but I think it's too early actually. So I'm gonna scale this one down a little bit and put some time between it and the last pose, because he is gonna do a big flap of the wings, but it's too premature. So put it there, and we'll do a diminished version of this frame. And then I'll put that one in between somewhere. actually think, yeah, that shouldn't be down there yet. You know, I've done a lot of very imprecise animation over the story for the build-up for this, but this is that moment, you know, this is the big moment. So for this, I just want it to hit right, which is why I'm faffing about with it a little bit more than I would normally allow myself on a small project like this. It's the money shot. It's gotta hit right. And that can go down more. Levels out too quick. More. More. Oh yeah, okay. It's better with a big dip. Because it's also that uncertainty of like, you're throwing this bird and like, is it just gonna hit the ground, you know? Is this bird gonna, am I throwing this bird down to the earth? That reminds me, I need to add this feature on. I'm a dummy. I put it on the wrong side for some of the frames. Asymmetrical designs. Make your designs symmetrical wherever you can, then you won't have to do these kind of fixes. The name of the program is TV Paint. In my previous stream, I had like the TV Paint logo in the corner, and it was just like, this is TV Paint, you know, like, because it's the most common question. But here I've got the spring sale. As you can see above, that countdown timer there, that is a clock. There are 5 days left on the Animator Guild Spring Sale. So go to animatorguild.com. You find it. Basically everything has 20% off. Things in my Gumroad store don't have 20% off, so maybe not on the brushes, but on the reference bundles, the reference packs, and the courses, and the course bundles, you have a spring discount. Only for the next 5 days. So, if you want to learn how to animate this week you can secure one of the courses or one of the reference bundles, and then you have it. You know, it's not a subscription. You pay an entry fee once, and then you're in, and you can start it whenever you're ready. But why not take advantage of this sale? Secure it now if you plan on learning later. That's what I would suggest. Okay, sales pitch over. Back to drawing. This is my life. But you know, some of the wait, no, I've got more. I've got more. Luckily, it's not a difficult thing to add to the design. Oh, it's moving there. I hope people don't pay attention to these details too much in my animations. Like, if you play too much close attention, you'll see things like the tattoo will shift. It will just gradually move its way up or down the arm, or the hair will just gradually get shorter or longer. Or the size of the bird will just be different from one shot to another, because I don't want to keep track of that stuff. That's not fun. So, yes, I hope you can use your imagination. Use your imagination to patch up these little quirks that you see. Because I mean, yeah, I could be super anal about these things and just, you know, till the end of time be fixing this stuff, but do we really benefit from that? Does anyone really care? Does this look like Disney? Okay, let's take a look again. I'm still going to put another one here. Okay, put it on the end. Oh, you see the lag there? Okay, so for this throwing character, I'm going to do a settling pose, because they've just hit the ground, and when people hit the ground, there's a frame where they make contact with the ground, and then there's another frame or a few frames for when they have actually settled. Yeah, we can collab sometime. I mean, I'm not very good at collabing in that I don't seek collabs. But I love the idea of collabs. It's just in practice, so you know, in practice, I've found with almost all of the collabs that I've known about, behind the scenes is someone who's really working hard to make it a reality. And without that central person, there can be animators, really good animators who mean well, who want to collab, who want to come together into a big thing. But unless there's that kingpin who is like determined to make it happen, it probably won't. It usually falls apart, you know? And that's why they're so rare. Okay. What's this gonna look like? I guess, I don't know, something like this. Just putting the feet on the ground. a bit unimaginative, but we'll try it. And then if it doesn't feel right, I'll draw it again. You know, animation's not supposed to be a performance, really. It's an art. But YouTube, with the live streaming and stuff, if you choose to live stream, then animation becomes a performance. And that's a little bit weird, you know. I'm used to just being able to fail in private. And failing on a stage is horrible. But, you know, it depends on your outlook on failure, if you do see it as a failure. But it can also be really cool. Like, I really like seeing the process of things getting made, you know. So and I like the warts and all approach to seeing it, you know. If someone messes up, that's actually kind of interesting, you know. If there's, you know, sometimes you'll see like a guitarist or something, and there'll be like, if there's like some rare footage of them like practicing for something, you can hear them mess up, and normally they're like this perfect guitarist or whatever. It's nice to see that, you know. It's very inspiring, it's very encouraging to see that. So yeah, you don't know about that looks very stiff. Oh, maybe what about, okay, the arms wouldn't be sliding. I don't want them to go through this epic movement only to have the last frame being super stiff. No, just ruin it. They already be recovering. I'm making a 30-minute Sakuga fight scene, but I'm scared to do hand-to-hand fights. Do you have advice for tackling that? 30 minutes? It's a 30-minute Sakuga fight scene. Oh, you better figure out the hand-to-hand combat if you're doing it for 30-minute runtime. Unless you mean you're going to animate it in 30 minutes. I'd sooner recommend that. See what you can do in 30 minutes. You know, small increments. Why's it got to be 30 minutes? Can't it be 3 minutes? You know? How about 3 minutes? Just don't want you to punish yourself. Oh, it looks so... I'm not happy with this pose yet. This is not going well. Okay. Trial and error, I guess. Nope. Well, well, you are most welcome to do a 30-minute fight scene. I mean, I guess it starts with the first drawing, you know? So you start in the same place as everyone else, first drawing. I mean, I would recommend my hand-to-hand combat series of my mini course. It's inside the Mastering Motion course, but I think I did release it as a standalone course. So you can find that on animatingguild.com, and it's perfect for you. I mean, this is literally tackles exactly what you're talking about. I run through a demo scene where it's hand-to-hand combat. It involves Wing Chun, because I really like Wing Chun, Kung Fu. We look at really good historical fight scene choreographers like Yuan Wu Ping. I'll run you through a scene, rough scene, also show you some storyboards. We've got assignments in there, like we break down some hand-to-hand poses, and then we start to link those poses up with each other. So I show you the straight ahead method using the demo and the pose to pose method of doing hand-to-hand combat. I mean, it's exactly like what you've described. It's for people like you. So yeah, done it. You know, this is why it was a huge task for me to make these courses, because I was anticipating the things that people would want to learn. And there was a lot of things. And, you know, I've been asked over the years, you know, when I first released the Getting Started course, I also worked with a focus group of students in that course, and I gave them weekly lessons in person, like over Discord. We would get on a call together, and I would draw over their animations that they'd made that week, and so they could see it, like having an extra lease of life added to it from me, like fiddling with their keyframes. But we would also talk, you know, we would talk about what they were going through, what they were struggling with, what their ambitions were, the kind of things they wanted to animate. And I was taking notes the whole time. You know, they were learning from me, I guess, but I was also learning a lot from them about what it is that students want and what it is that animators want to learn about. And I took all of them and I made them into Mastering Motion and Turning Pro. So yeah, I've been talking a lot about them, but you know, I've been thinking about the courses recently because of the spring sale that's on right now. And there's 5 days left, so even if you're seeing this 4 days from now, you can still get in on the spring sale. Okay, I'm gonna actually, this hand is gonna be the last thing to leave the floor, I think. I think that could work. So is that, no. Changed my mind. No, doesn't look right. Even just something like this, like moving the arm, it's something that your intuition takes over on sometimes, and you think, this character wouldn't do that. The state of mind they're in, the kind of attitude they have, you know, what's going through their head. You just know on an intuitive level that's not how they would treat their hand. It's not how they would leave their hand. This character would tuck the hand, would have the hand come in closer to their body. It's cold. It's a cold environment, and they wouldn't have their if their hand was out wide. That could be them in a hot climate. You know, when it's a kind of more of a lazy vibe. I could be wrong about this entire pose, but that's my theory so far. Back to the Phoenix. I want some flame streaks from the wings as well, not just from the tail feathers. Let's try it and see what it looks like. Try some curly ones on the wingtips. Have you ever seen those aerodynamic simulations where the tips of the wings have all the turbulence coming off of them? Let's get super nerdy and just try it. Maybe actually it should only be the wingtips that have the streaks. Or just little ones from the wing, but then big ones on the tips. I think they did that in the Wind I can't speak today. I think they did that in The Wind Rises, not The Wind Wises. I think I will end up adding motion blurs on these vigorous movements of the legs. They're traveling a lot. Why not do it now? Some motion blurs. bit wonky. I don't know. That's a bit of a wonky leg, but who cares? It's going by fast. I didn't mean collabs. Oh, I thought you were asking me to a collab. How embarrassing for me. I thought you said you wanted to collab with me. Never mind. I'm sure I'll find someone someday. I should just reach out to the animators I know at some point. Like, actually, Olaf Storm did ask me to collab ages ago. It was over a year ago, and I got really swamped with commission work at the time, and I couldn't do it. But if I should collab with anyone, he should be first on my list, because he asked me and he did a great job. He really set me up with a nice collab, and I just couldn't come through for him. I still feel bad about it. How much of animation do you feel is knowing the mechanics, physics, and how much of it is feel and intuition, do you think? You know, I will be honest with you, I have met people, and to be fair, they're like people who are like, it's their first day ever trying animation, but I've seen what they produced in their first day of animation, and I've had my doubts about whether they had any intuition at all about the physics and about the way things move. I'll just be honest, like, that's what it looked like to me. For some people, certain people, I was like, oh yeah, you really don't have an instinct with that. But that's not to say that there's no hope for people like that. Like, it's their first day. I mean, it's a bit. Can you really make any judgments on someone's first day trying anything? Probably not. I mean, it's more the fact that those people, if they never pick up the pen ever again, that's what proves it. You know, if someone keeps coming back time and time again to animation, like, and they're open to learning, that's the other thing. What's going to stop them from improving? So whether it's just a matter of iteration and practice, like, I do think that different people need different things at different times. Like, there could be someone who's really well read up on theory. They've read a bunch of books. And it's like, okay, now the thing you need to do is go and apply these things in real scenarios. And there's other people who are like, you know, they just thrown themselves into work, and all they do is work, you know, on projects. And for them, and they're like, why am I not getting any better results? And for them, it might be better to actually take a step back and look at some theory, break open a book, and like just don't do anything yet. Don't draw anything. Just take it in. Just read what it is this person has to say, or attend this seminar, or watch this YouTube video of this guy demoing this thing. So different strokes for different folks. Some people need the theory. Some people do not need any more theory. They need to just go out there and practice. And, you know, a good class will try and do two things. I think they'll provide the substance of the theories, but then, importantly, they'll set assignments for you that require you to apply what you've learned. It's those two things, you know. They got to kind of push you to put them into practice. Like, I've learned things before. Like, I suppose I've sat through lessons before, and if a certain amount of time goes by where I haven't applied the thing I learned in the lesson, that lesson might as well have never taken place. I won't be able to retain that information if I didn't apply it. You know? You have to apply the lessons you learn. You have to apply them. What's going on? See, I do these really quick strokes for the tail feathers, but then sometimes it just confuses me what I drew earlier. Okay, let's answer that question that I asked earlier about the streaks on the wings. I do actually think it's too many here, it's too busy, so I'm going to take some of these away, and I'm just going to leave them on the tips of the wings. And I don't know about the curls either. I think just simple streaks like this. It was worth a try, but it's too much. If it was going in slow motion, then maybe the swirls would be good. Even though these tail feathers are crazy, I try and let them, I try and keep the logic consistent. Like if this tail feather is going this way, even if it's small, I at least try and make it follow. Unless it's really supposed to be crazy, which maybe it is. In which case I might have it move a greater amount of distance. It's a lot to think about. Intuition. I try and go as far as I can with intuition. And the technical stuff is running in the background somewhere, you know? It is. There are technical questions that come up that I try and answer technically in some kind of way. In the beginning, I think there's just too much going on in a scene to answer it technically. Like, I think there's different ways of looking at something. Painters know this. You know, with painters, you can look at a landscape and you can see the shapes that are being made. Or you can look at a landscape and you can see the textures. Or you can see the perspective. Or you can see the light-dark values. Right? And those are different ways of seeing the landscape. And it's kind of like that with animation as well. You can look at a reference, you know, a piece of footage, and you can just look at the relative speed and velocity of things. Or you can look at the arcs, or you can look at the easing, or you can look at the, what's another one? The appeal, right? You can look at the 3D space, how it's interacting with the camera, forwards, backwards, Z depth, 3 dimensions, that kind of thing, perspective. You can look at the composition, right? Placement in the frame, the blocking of certain characters in a scene. There's all these different ways you can look at something. And I'm like a computer in that I'm technically only doing one of those things at any given time. I can't do them all, but if you're going to do all of those things at the same time, which is, I suppose you could do that in the beginning of a project, like when you're just starting a scene, that would be, you'd be using your intuition then. So when it's like multiple things, like multitasking, that I can't do that unless it's intuitive, unless it's like something I've done many times, and because of that experience I'm going off of intuition. Yeah. Me speaking right now over stream, I'm giving more concentration to the drawing. Like, I'm kind of just trusting that what I say makes some coherent sense. My big mind is on the animation. My little mind is on answering the question, if I'm honest. I think that's appropriate because the animation should do the talking. It should do most of the talking. What do I really have to contribute that the animation can't say? Well, I suppose there are. I think actually one of the things I do like to give words to is like just motivation. I think that's actually way more important than people realize. Like, not for everyone. Some people don't need motivation, but some people, like, it blows my mind that sometimes I'll just say even like a small thing to someone and they'll be like, I really needed to hear that. I'm like, really? I just kind of said it on a whim. They're like, yeah, man, that changed the whole trajectory of my day. I'm like, wow, I should say more encouraging things to people. It matters. So I'm treating the background just like a character. With the background, you've got your easing still. Just because it's a background doesn't mean you don't apply the principles, you know? If it's moving. Easing, arcs, perspective, obviously perspective. Treating the background like a character. Ooh. I mean, for me, it's interesting. Like, I choose to instead of I have to. I think I have to is quite. Yeah, it might not be the most happy kind of mindset to be in, but I mean, for me, I've always been kind of self-employed. I haven't always been self-employed, but in my career, like, I've mostly kind of defined my own path, and I've had to be my own boss. And for me, you know, I have to be my own master. And I like committing to things like, okay, upload a YouTube video every week, stuff like that. Because, oh great, I did the wrong one. Because for me, I don't know, I feel like I wouldn't even get it done otherwise. But my other thing that I'm big on right now is, like, if you're excited to do something, don't wait around, just throw yourself into it. That's for me. Like, I'm not saying that you should necessarily take that as advice for everyone, but for me, first of all, I'll just find it more fun if I do things in the moment, and so it's more enjoyable for me. But also, I think if I wait around too long, I just, you know, I kind of wish with certain things that I just did them when I had the inspiration to do them. Like, sometimes I'm in the mood to edit videos. I should really capitalize on those periods of time to edit videos. And just do that hard, like go hard in editing videos for the times when I am. Because most of the time, I do not enjoy editing videos. It is very annoying. It takes a lot of time and work, and it's just something that needs to be done. It's a chore to me. So sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be like, I feel like editing a video. What do you think I should do that day? Do my taxes? Well, there's never a day where I want to do my taxes. So that one doesn't count. You just got to do some things like that. Part of being an adult. gotta think perspective now. Scale being the indicator of how far away something is. So you can see that the corner of the rooftop wall is right there. And depending on the height of this thing, we're using that as an indicator to determine whether it's close by or far away. Give this guy an in-between here. I guess the benefit of this is, like, the audience's attention is going to be here. So when we think about that, this character, yes, we do want the pose to feel natural, but people are probably not looking at this character at this point. So I think I can relax a bit. Not everything has to be like a masterpiece. Do I like cheese? No. I used to like cheese, and nowadays I don't eat it. Does TV Paint have any repeat animation feature like symbols? Yes, but I would say it works in its own way. It works in a different way. So softwares have their strengths and weaknesses. Adobe Animate's strength is symbols, in my opinion. TV Paint's strength is repeatable actions. So any tool, any action that you perform can be repeated as many times as you want by just hitting A. You can just apply the same thing again, and that is just a crazy hack for an animator to have. You can repeat any action across any number of frames just with the click of a button. TV Paint does have a content library. It sits up here, and you can supposedly add things to your library, but I never do. I just don't use it. I'd rather put something into its own scene and then just like copy and paste the frames later. But that's That's just me. I'm sure other people use the library. Kind of expands by I made it expand by accident, the wall. Oopsie. You know what? To fix that, I think I'll just copy and paste this one. Alright, back to the bird. Oh. I love animating birds. Probably gonna stop streaming soon. probably take a break at some point. But not quite yet. I'm not ready just yet. I haven't looked at the chat in a while, I just realised. Oh, what do I think of AI? Oh, you'll find out if you don't already. I mean, I'm gonna be bringing out more videos against it. And I made a presentation like, I think about 2 years ago, so I guess I was early to the whole thing. No, I wasn't early, people were just late. Like, I remember I started worrying about this stuff like like really early, like when it was coming out, and I guess it just wasn't on people's radar yet, but I experienced a long time of going through this, you know, this period of concern. It sat with me for a long time, and there weren't that many people I could really turn to other than, like, you know, my family and stuff. But yeah, it just, yeah, I had like a full year of like really deep existential turmoil over it. Then I made the presentation, and like after about a year, and then yeah, I started to realize that it was not what was being marketed, it was a scam, and that people were falling for it, you know. And it's interesting because I think like when I made that presentation, and I was like very firm on my stance of like, this is mass scale theft. It is that was the central thing of it. I hadn't yet really come to realize that it was like gonna dilute online spaces to basically destroy the internet. That came later. At the time, it was just about the fact that artists were being, artists were having their art uploaded without their permission to a data set, which was under the guise of a non-profit entity, and they were extracting profit from that data. And that what you were actually seeing, if you ever saw an AI image that you thought looked marvelous, what you were actually seeing was a kind of like a mushed together version of a data set which represented the sum total of digitized human knowledge, which of course is impressive, you know. Of course the data is impressive. So it's kind of like where the scam is, the scam in this is showing data to people who have never been interested in art before, so they're just not aware of art. Like their knowledge of art is like Picasso, Salvador Dali, Edvard Munch, Van Gogh, you know, Da Vinci. That's it. Like that's all they know about art. And then like showing them like, you know, something that's mushed together of an area of art that they just don't know about. Like they've never researched it. And of course they think it's like amazing, you know, because they've never seen it before. It would be like showing a genre of film to someone who's never seen that genre before, you know, or like, no, not even that. It would be like showing someone. It's like showing someone something they'd never seen before, you know. So, but what they don't realize is that art existed, right? Like the data is far more impressive than what the AI was able to conjure up from mushing those data sets together. Anyway, I'm on my soapbox again. And believe me, I'm going to get back up on my soapbox because we're not done here with this topic, right? We're not done. Lives have been ruined by this. It's far from over. I'm far from being done on this topic. I have a lot more to say on it. And maybe here's not the time for it, but oh yeah, I'm making videos. I'm gonna be making videos. And I'm not gonna be diplomatic about it. I'm not gonna be both sides in the argument. I sit firmly in the corner of artists, real artists. I'll always be on their side, as long as they are the victims. I'll be on their side, you know. I don't see why I should pull punches when one side is a side. It's not even a side. I don't see why I should pull punches when it comes to these people. These idiots. But yeah, this isn't something that's just going to come and go, you know, like we have something really good here, you know, in art. We have had it for a long time. At times, the rest of the world has taken it for granted, and maybe we've even taken it for granted at times. You know, artists have even taken art for granted at times. We got to realize that it can get a lot worse. It always can. You know, there are people. We need to be eternally vigilant, you know, because there are people who want to exploit us, who want to take what we do, defile it, you know, use it for their profits, and it requires defense, And sometimes the best defense is a good offense, you know. You know, like sometimes you hear what some of the artists are saying, and you're like, dude, you're too nice to these people. Like these people are abusing you. They're abusing your entire catalog of art, your whole life's work. Like if you don't speak up for yourself, I'm going to speak up for you, because like this is unacceptable. It's unforgivable. Yeah, the Ghibli AI stuff. Don't even get me started, man. Don't even get me started on the Ghibli AI stuff. Oh, gets me fired up. What are people saying? Yeah, maybe I should. Are people defending the Ghibli Insta, the Ghibli AI stuff on Instagram? Are people like saying that it's okay and it's clearly not? I mean, because I don't associate with these people, you know. I'm kind of, in a way, I'm kind of like insulated from them deliberately. Like those are the exact kind of people I do not want to. I don't want them anywhere near me. You know. What unsavory characters, you know. What, I don't want to be anywhere near them, you know. But I guess I have to engage with them. But I just don't want to read their stuff. If they're in defense of it, it's like, God, get me away from those people. But like, I guess I can take shots from a distance, right? Like, I guess you could tell me what they're saying, and I can respond. Right, yeah, it's just for fun. Yeah, I imagine them saying that a lot. Yeah, it's just for fun. Yeah. Because like that's like that is something you would say, like if you had to defend something that was completely indefensible, and you had like you didn't really have any solid grounds for doing so, like what's your first thing that you would say? You'd probably try this argument. It's like, yeah, it's just for fun. Oh, chill out, you're being overreactive. You're overreacting. That's probably what you would say, right? Like, it's such textbook gaslighting. But the liberating thing for me is that like I am happy to draw a line between me and people who use this Ghibli AI thing. Like, I'm totally happy to go the rest of my life without being friends with these people, right? So that means that means I can speak my mind, right? Like, I don't care if I offend them. In fact, I want to offend them. I think they should be ashamed of themselves. I want them to feel ashamed. Because we all know Mr. Miyazaki's opinion on AI. We all know how he feels about it. We've known it for years. He's made himself very clear on his feelings about it. And he's right, by the way. He's what the kids would call based, I believe. So it's unacceptable. I mean, how can you call yourself a fan, you know? How could anyone even pretend to be a Studio Ghibli fan and use that stuff? It's the most shallow kind of it's the most shallow way of liking something. Like you like it to the point where you would just abuse it. Like, is that really liking someone or something? You abuse it. And they're like, oh, it looks so cute. Her profile picture looks so cute like this. I'm just like seething, you know, I'm seething. And not because it's not my artwork. I'm seething on behalf of the hard-working artists who dedicated their lives to creating real works of art, real artifacts of beauty. And I thought people were being educated, you know, like I thought that when Ghibli released a masterpiece, that was educating the public about humanity. And it's really terrible to see a million people in one day downloaded. Like, no, I think it was 1 million downloads in 1 hour of the Ghibli AI thing. And like all those people just weren't listening to the lessons that were trying to be taught by these amazing artists. And you know, like I think I don't feel threatened by the AI, and I don't think Ghibli should feel threatened by the AI, but I do feel threatened by people. And what it taught me, which was a very horrible, chilling lesson to learn, even as an adult, like I'm an adult now and I still feel really chilled by this lesson. But the lesson is that a lot of people you know in your community and people you talk to, random people, they would exploit you if given the chance. Like they just need the correct situation, the correct resources, and they would stab you in the back. No problem. They'd have no problem with stabbing you in the back. That's what it taught me. That's what it taught me. That's the scary thing about it. It's not the technology is not scary. The technology is just theft. It's an innovative new form of theft, data theft. That doesn't scare me. It's the fact that people you know would screw you over. Like how can we comment on the psycho moves of billionaires when people on the ground level exhibit the same damn behavior? Yeah, I got my drum and bass playlist on. You might be in it. Yeah, pure 5152. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, and I do understand. Like, I shouldn't assume bad intent with a lot of this stuff. So I can I can extrapolate a bunch of things that I'm disappointed with. Like, part of what I'm disappointed with is how ignorant people are. Part of what I'm disappointed with is how gullible people are. You know, gullible to this kind of techno-futurism narrative put forward by crooks, you know? I'm disappointed that people fell for it, right? So that's different from, like, the fact that I think they're being malicious. You know, the people I'm most angry with are the people who know better but don't do better. Right, so they know that they're doing a bad thing, and they do it anyway. I'm also disappointed with people who just have proven to not have a backbone. Right, like that's always disappointing when you see people roll over, when there's an opportunity to defend their friends and their colleagues, and they just don't. They just stay quiet so that they don't miss out on some kind of opportunity, like some kind of financial opportunity later on. Like these, you know, there's different levels, you know, there's different ways we can extrapolate all the disappointments. Yeah, because there's plenty of people. There's a lot of YouTubers who are like reading the scripts of like sponsorships by AI products, right? So that's like, you know, but then, you know, unfortunately, and I wish this wasn't the case, but like, I think with bad actors, like they understand power, they understand the language of power, and unfortunately that is the solution, right? So we have to exercise our power, unfortunately. I mean, if there was another way, if we could appeal to their good nature, if that worked, then great. And maybe it does work in some cases. But if they've proven themselves over multiple years to be, you know, willfully ignorant of the damage that they're causing by endorsing AI products, like they've had plenty of time by this point to research it, right? No, we're beyond the stage of like confusion about how AI works, how AI operates, right? So by this point, intelligent, well-informed people with internet access will understand power. And we have power, and we need to exercise it in order to defend ourselves, in order to defend our communities, to defend our fellow artists. We need to exercise power. We do that by being vocal, by boycotting products, boycotting people, you know, denying our expertise to people, denying our, the use of our work to all of those except those who treat us with dignity and respect, right? It might seem like a little amount, but like a lot of these people are very sensitive, like these AI users, they're immature, and because they're immature, they're very sensitive. So when they get a whole ton of backlash for using AI or for supporting AI, for going along with AI, when they get a whole ton of backlash from a vocal proportion of their audience, hurts their little feelings. And they were never strong to begin with, so the pressure works on them. I wish it didn't have to come to that, but it does. Just being real. Like, they also, I think they really don't want it to seem like us versus them, because strategically, if they can make it like, no, I understand both sides, and like, I'm being diplomatic, when they do that, they're trying to deny that it's an us versus them thing. But it very much is. Like, people can be put into 3 categories. They're the people who just are not involved at all, don't use the internet, or they're just not involved. Okay, so that's one category. And then there's the category that exploits artists, and there's the category that makes art. And that's on the side of the artists. Those are the 3 categories. Simple. They don't want you to see it like that, because then there's the chance of us getting organized and forming unions and creating black books, blacklisting certain people who are abusers. They don't want that, right? Because if we get organized and we use our power to actually stand up for ourselves and for others, that threatens them. That threatens their exploitative behavior. And it's very profitable for them to exploit us. So, they don't want that. They don't want that to come to an end. I need to draw more. I've been talking. Yeah, like pure 5152. I understand what you mean when it's like you're saying it's systemic, like part of it's systemic, it's part of human nature and stuff. But I feel like if you buy too strongly into that, it kind of lets people off the hook for really, really deplorable behavior. So, you know, whatever happened to personal accountability, you know? Why are these powerful, intelligent people not being held accountable for their actions? Right? Like, yes, I am talking about the ones who are supplying these, you know, these models and products that people are using. You know, and they're supplying a narrative that says that it's okay to use this stuff. Right? They know what they're doing. They are profiting from it immensely. They're intelligent. They're well informed. Right? Those people are my, you know, they're public enemy number one, as far as I can understand. And, you know, the ones who are downloading that Ghibli app, there's stuff I can say about them as well that's not very kind, you know. They're spineless. They're absolutely spineless. They're ignorant, either intentionally or unintentionally. They're shallow. They're complicit, right? Yeah, they're not at the nucleus of this, you know, of this AI boom, but they're certainly complicit, certainly perpetuating the whole thing. I have no idea if these processes are going to work. I'm going to go on a whole rant about this in a YouTube video. Don't worry, guys. This isn't the only place I'm going to be saying this stuff. You'll get plenty of this. You'll probably get tired of me hearing. You'll probably get tired of hearing me talk about this subject before long, because, you know. But I don't want my channel to just be an anti-AI channel. Like, obviously, I'm very anti-AI, but like, you know, the annoying thing is that despite what's going on, despite the attacks against artists, like, someone still has to make art. Like, you know, we still got to do our jobs at the end of the day. Like, we still got to be creative. We still got to inspire people, and we've got to carry the torch. We've got to carry the torch, right? Like, I feel like we owe that to grandkids and great-grandkids, you know, future generations. We owe it also to the ones who came before us, you know, the masters who paved the way to us. They would want us to continue, right? And it sucks because, you know, it probably would be satisfying to be like, okay, no more art. Like, we're done here. And then just see how empty and grey the world feels. And witness the even more rapid decline of the internet. But we can't do that. Like, that's petty. Like, why should I change what I do for these, you know, for these very, very shallow people, just because they decided to, you know, to do very bad things? Why should I change what I do because of Sam Altman, you know? I'm not going to. Yeah, like, yeah, so your friends are saying it's over, we can't do anything about it. That's exactly the narrative they want you to believe. Of course they want you to believe that. Of course they want you to believe it's done, it's in the past, let's move on, right? If a gang of thieves rob a bank, what's the narrative they want you to believe? As soon as possible, they want you to believe it's over, you can't reverse it, there's nothing you can do about it now, move on, right? Of course they want you to believe that. Think. Don't buy it. They're wrong. They're wrong. Raise hell. Raise hell. And we'll see whether it's really done and buried and finished and over. It's over when we say it's over. I'm not gonna let these crooks tell me when it's over. God, mate. Whew, you guys riled me up. All you have to say is AI, just those two letters, and I'm just like, why? You think you're so tough. Shane, I should just send you my Spotify playlist. It's got a bunch of good stuff in there, but you probably know most of it. Is there a Discord? Yeah, there is.